Yo, good morning or good evening. Interesting stream ahead today, I think. And also, please let me know if the background audio is too loud compared to my voice. But okay, anyway. So, interesting stream today because we're gonna dive into a second solution for the fluid solver. A custom solution, I would say. but I have high hopes for it. And it's pretty much outlined here, so we just have to implement this, and we're gonna do it extremely unoptimized first. Gonna try and make it work, and then we can optimize it. So for instance, when we do first of all, we want to find all points for which this is true. Good morning, Fabic. And when we do this, we're probably gonna rely on some similar algorithm as the previous one. So I wonder. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a unoptimized approach, and if it works, we can optimize it. So we're pretty much just gonna do all of these steps and see what we get. Hopefully I haven't overlooked some part of it that, or some detail that will break it. Local minima connection. Also another solution that will probably be hard to translate or to implement on the GPU. I'm just gonna send in the same stuff. I don't know. New terrain fluid surface height, terrain data raw height plus fluid amount. Yeah. We're probably gonna extend this one a tiny bit as well. We're gonna make it. I want to be able to support. We're gonna add a custom water debug material for which we can change the color and stuff like that, so we can color these differently. Probably also going to add a prefab reference here. It's much easier to just have a prefab we instantiate than doing this kind of stuff. So yeah, simplify it a bit. What more did we have? Input X, input Y. Yeah, we want to do the same things here. Although I wonder. Yeah, let's do it like this for now. Good morning, GK. I'm wondering... Yeah, I think we're gonna start by extending the functionality of fluid visualization objects. So we're gonna do mode. We're gonna do like that. Yeah, let's add a private as well. Fluid object, let's do prefabs environment. And I want to add a new shader as well. What do we have? Environment shaders. Ooh, I want to split these up into folders, I think. But we're gonna do that later. What's up, Samsmite? How many scripts have you already created? I don't know. Can we get some information here? I don't know, but it's quite a lot. One sec, I can probably do... We're gonna check in Windows. ...264 files, excluding meta files. Well over 100, I think. Nice indeed. And that's excluding shaders. Some other stuff, but yeah. Environment shaders, I want to organize these better as well, but we're gonna wait with that a bit. So water shaders, and we're gonna add, it's gonna be a very simple one, and I think I want to do this. Let's see, terrain shader. Ooh, I wonder what the default UV for a cube looks like. I think it might actually be one side of it has, yeah, I think so, 0011 0011. I want to try that, but what do we want to do? Terrain shader. Terrain debug shader. Yeah, we might go with this one. Fluid object shader. Fluid object, does that make sense? Ah, fuck, I want to rename it fluid test object, I think. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Little Miss Murder? I hear you. What is this spectacle of graphics and sound? It's very high fidelity. I want to rename this one as well. Fluid test object. A voxel would probably be a good name as well. Like, eventually we're not gonna work. I don't think we're gonna work with voxels eventually. So these are just it depends on your definition of voxels, but what these are going to be used for are solely for visualizing the algorithm, if that makes any sense. And the end result, the end fluid, will just be a mesh, I think. But we will see. I'm always open for name changes. What's up, Namida? Appreciate it. You too. Couldn't open include file, yeah, because we have... yeah, probably gonna have to fix that one as well later on. Environment, ooh, do I want to do... yeah, I do. Water, fluid test object, shader. Cubic representation of volume. So in a way, we go against the definition of a voxel because we're working with non-cubic objects. But hey, maybe we can name it voxel stack. Yeah, so then we have to do this, I suppose. Beautiful. And then I want to do... environmental materials, water. Fluid test object material. Okay, let's see. What do we want to have here? We want to have color. Grid color multiplier. Position UV, position world space. Don't think we need that one. We want to calculate a grid value, but we want to do it a little bit differently. So first of all, we're going to do, let's save one of these. And then I want to do calculate grid value input. Oh, fuck, we have. Okay. Something like this, I think. So UV grid delta grid line width, yeah. And then I want that this one returns zero or one. I think we can do one minus times grid color multiplier. So so if this one is 0, this one becomes 0, so we get 1. If this one is 1, we have a grid. Then we get grid color multiplier, we do 1 minus grid color multiplier. grid, or yeah, grid color decrease. So the idea is a fluid object is color, but if we have a grid, we reduce this color by this amount. Float, definitely. Beautiful. Let's go with 4. Color by default is white. Grid color multiply. So if I reduce this, oh, fucking beautiful. So the idea is, like, if we change the color of this one, we get lines that are that color as well. Might want to make them a bit more visual. Okay, nice. This is not even outlines, but yeah, somebody likes their grid lines, definitely. So what I want to do then is, yeah, we have color here. Let's see here, fluid object. Awake instantiate. This we want to do. Fuck, it's yeah, didn't we rename this one? Yeah, we did. This is also, maybe I should even go a bit more general with the naming here, because this can be used for much more than fluid test objects. But let's see here, create fluid object. We're gonna wait, we're not gonna have this one anymore. We want to instantiate here. We want to get position, we want to get fluid amount. And then we want to do this, but we want to do it like this. Fluid test object is equal to we have parent. I don't think I care about that one. Position we want. Anything else we do in here? We set the name as well. Probably want to do that. We set the position, that we already do. Check this one as well. Local scale size. In fact, do we want to do that here? We don't need to add this one anymore. But, yeah. Okay, great. And I want to diversify it a bit by doing color. We already have these, that's good. And then we do like this. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna scale this one. So it's gonna look... If we go by UVs only, it's going to look pretty ugly, I would say. That is true, we might as well... I wonder if I actually want to do... Fluid test object. Yeah, might as well. Yeah. And then we do... to name it size here. Okay. Let's see how it looks. Oh yeah, we have the problem with the said. Yeah, it bothers me. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. Let's see. That we have visuals like this. We don't take set into account. Yeah, we just do this. So I wonder. Calculate grid value. I want to rename this one, but let's do calculate grid value full. Arbit random user, what's up? Who made an interesting video on in-game creatures. Do I have that saved? I don't remember, but I think I have it in my notes. Okay, why don't we get a change here? That's true. We can't do max. Don't I have... Yeah, we do this. I think it's something like this we want to do. Rujik the Comatose. Rings a little bell. A small bell. But, let's see if I can find it. I actually did not have that saved in my notes. Output.normal world space. Test object shading valid subscript normal world space at line 60. What am I not taking into account? So we do use this one. Did I calculate it the wrong way? So if dot between the normal and upwards is less than 0.9. Yeah, that's not entirely true. That's not exactly how we want to do this. Yeah, what we want to do is so like if it's 1 or -1, I guess we could. Hard code it. Or actually, let's see here. Can we do something smart? So if we have 0, 1 or then we want X and Z, 0, minus 1 and 1, then we want X, Z. So we always want the ones. Let's see, 1, 0, 0, then we want Y and Z, right? Yeah, so I wonder if we can do 1 minus abs normal world space. And then we do a I have to double check this, but multiply with grid value. I think. And multiply float 3. Or multiply 2 vectors. Just to make sure we can do, let's see here, grid value, and then we do grid value is equal to So if we had this one, for instance, we would get 0, 1, 0, and then 1 minus, so we'll get 1, 0, 1. So we'll get maybe. I guess we're gonna get a little bit of a thicker line there, but that's still should probably be it. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, is that enough pre-work for the algorithm? I guess. In fact, the current naive approach works so well with very basic setups like this, I would say. So before we continue on, oops, we're fucked. Before we continue on with the new algorithm approach, I want to add some, oh no indeed, I want to add some examples where it does not work too well. And I think one of those are, let's see here. I think one of those are actually, let's go with 20. But I think we want to go with a value of 100 maybe. Or actually, let's go 150. And then if we do something like that. Yeah, and of course we also have, yeah, our current approach doesn't look that good with, oops, this one, I don't think. But anyway, what do we have? But this looks pretty damn good as well. Honestly, it's not too bad. I still want to try the new algorithm, but I wonder if I'm a little bit too quick. I wonder if we would convert this one to a mesh, for instance. Yeah, and we have... Yeah, there's still an issue with... Like, if we add water here... Ooh. Yeah, we definitely want to add some sort of cost to it. We don't want to walk too long. And we need to find a local minima. We want to find the local minima. That is, because if we add water here, we're gonna get a pool of water that is weirdly shaped. But if we add water here and would find this local minima first, then it would be much better, I think. So if we just find one local minima. So just find the closest local minima and that's where we add. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think when we implement this new algorithm, we might be able to improve this old one as well. Might add some variations to it. Yeah, it's not entirely out of the question just yet. What do you think is the most difficult aspect in making a game? Oof. For me personally, I think it's like asset creation. Modeling and such. But that is the subjective answer. But more generally, I think like the coding parts are the actual hardest, I think. It's a hard question, I don't know. Depends on the game, depends on the person. An Arbit random user, by the way, if you're still here, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. I must have missed it. So yeah, we might still improve this algorithm, I would say. And if we, for instance, if we do with the local minima approach, I guess we could also, if we add water here, we have to find a local minima find a local minima within X steps. If we don't spawn it. And we cannot, a local minima can't be a pixel where every neighbor is less than or greater than or equal to the height here. One of the neighbors needs to be higher for it to be a local minima. And that also, with that definition of a local minima, fixes this step. Oh, find all points M that has a height that is less than or same. So yeah, I'm kind of struggling with asset creation right now too. I need quite high fidelity in my game. Yeah, and that's also, that's such a relatable problem. Yeah, the higher fidelity, the harder to make, right? Yeah, it took me so long to actually be able to produce something in 3D that was like good enough. So I want to redefine this one. That has a height that is less than or the same as all of its neighbors, but at least one needs to have a height. But at least one neighbor needs to have a bigger height. Is that what some said? A greater height. Oh, so actually the way of improving the naive solution is actually to like starting to implement iteration 2 or solution 2 will actually improve, or can actually improve, certain things of this one. That's good to know. But how do we want to find the local minima? Start at this point, check if it's a local minima. If it is, just go right ahead. But we can fix some issue, but not all of them. Okay, so if we want to find the minima closest to a point, so we want to do all neighbors, and then we want to do all neighbors, but we only want to go we don't need to do this recursive. We can start with this one, and then we do this, and then we do this. But if we have two minimas on opposite directions. What's up, JD? What are you working on? We're working on a fluid solver, or a fluid system for the game. Let's see. How is it coming along? Let's say it's going pretty good, actually. We're moving in the right direction. Experimenting and stuff. So I wonder if we start here and we want to find local minima, if we get this one and this one, both of them are local minimas, then we probably want to take the one with the lowest amount of water. I would say yes. Fuck yeah, we do. Yes, we do. So yeah, let's implement fluid solver. And we're just gonna add a private I guess we're gonna go with vector2 int here. Get closest minima. Is that a term I want to continue with? Yeah, I think so. And we want to do we probably want to do involve fluid amount in this to figure out if a spot will be filled, or if a spot, or if position xy will even lead to water. So the idea is that if we start pouring water on a plane, a big plane, we will never find a local minima, and hence we will begin the animation as if the player is pouring water, but water will never fill anything. Get closest minima. Int x, int y. And then we want to get the height, so we do get closest minima. We're gonna do this. To see if oops, did I did we get 3 bot views, or did I ban someone by mistake? What the fuck is going on? That's kind of good timing, Little Miss Murder, with that remark on robots. Right after you said it, we had a brigade of them entering the chat. Fuck, I just hope I didn't ban a non-bot by mistake. Oh wait. Oh well. Let's see. where were we? Handle implement initial check to see if water influx will even create water. Yeah, let's put it like that for now. Get closest to minima. I think we can actually do this one. Damn, don't test my trigger finger today. This is more like a terrain patch related function, so we're just gonna move it to terrain patch. Set get, we're gonna do a public I want to be able to handle if we move over patches as well. Should work. I guess we want to do something like I wonder if I can do, let's introduce terrain, terrain patch, terrain patch minima. What's up, Ayland? I want to try terrain. We don't even need to read. What's up, Cooler SK? Yeah, I sure hope so. Do we want to get Pixel, or do we just want to work with position? We might work with position. That might be better, actually. So get minima. Let's do public float height. Float height. Get minima. Yeah. Can't we do it like this? Oh, is it only in static? We don't want to use private, that's everything, right? Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Is minima. We want to do... Can we do it in a quick way? I guess we can do... -1. I want to support walking from one terrain patch to another. What's up, Conrado? Nice series, Robin. Thank you, appreciate it. And it's gonna get better soon, I think, if we're talking about the devlog series. Yeah, I think we can only walk to one neighbor here. Just wait for season 2. Yes, indeed. Conrado, question: have you considered using Godot, or you are a Unity dev? I have considered using Godot. Not for this project, however. I think it might be a bit too complicated for the current state of Godot, but I don't know. My experience with Godot is I don't have that much experience. But for smaller projects, definitely. I wonder if I want to... Nah, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. We can just add one of these for now. Get terrain patch. Okay, I think we want to do this. If I'm gonna do terrain patch, no, I think we can do get terrain. No, we can't. Get terrain patch unsafe, x plus I, y plus j. And then we do if terrain patch is equal to null, break, or no, actually, I think we want to do continue. Continue will jump to the next step in the for loop, right? And then we do compare height is equal to terrain patch fuck it, we can just do compare height dot position this, and if is minima, I'm gonna do height is equal to And then we compare with all neighbors, and if height is if the current height is bigger than compare height, then we break. Yeah, we work with floats here, so we might want to make sure that we compare in the correct way. Good morning, Desai. Eventually. Like if any neighbor has a lower height than this one, then it's not a minima, so we break. But return false. Possible minima, and then we do if height is less than compare height, but I think we need some error. Yeah, we do. For now, I'm just gonna right. So given coordinates x and y, we want to check if this one is a minima. A index is a minima if the height is lower than all its neighbors and at least one of its neighbor has a bigger height. So we get the current terrain patch because we need to, we complicate things a bit here because we wanted to traverse patches. So we get the current terrain patch. If we don't have one, i.e. the index is outside of this terrain patch, we check its neighbor. If it doesn't have a neighbor, we return false. Yeah, because then this index doesn't even exist. Yeah. Then we get the height of the current position with index wrapped. And then we set possible minima to false. And then we loop through each of its neighbors, -1 to 1. And we get that terrain patch. If that one is false, we just continue, i.e. we don't have any neighbors in that direction, so continue with the for loop. If we do have one on the other side, we get the compare height. And if that height, or if the height of the current one is bigger than compare height plus error margin, that means that the one we're comparing to has a height that is lower. So then we return false, because then it's no way this one can be a minima. Otherwise, we continue and we check if this height, if the height of this one is less than compare height or neighbor's height, then we set it to true. And this, we do this because we want, yeah, we don't want to get a minima that has the same neighbor of the same heights, or neighbors of the same height, purely neighbors of the same height. And then we return possible minima. Okay. And then what we want to do, I am in focus mode, but I do talk, don't I? Int check distance is equal to 0. And then we do for while check distance is less than max check distance, right? And lastly, in this one, we want to do check distance plus plus. Okay. I'm just gonna pour a cup of tea real quick, 1 sec. I think this is a one of those methods that probably would gain a lot by a method description. It's not entirely clear what a minima is. Yeah. Okay, so what we want to do here is Better. So we want to check first of all, we want to check the index itself, and then we want to check this one, this one, and then we want to check this one, this. Would like to skip checking multiple times, so we can do first one, Can we implement this in a pretty way? Nah, we probably want to do this. For I think we can do this. If is minima xy yeah, that's probably true, Fabric. Is minima error margin return new terrain patch minima. This x, y so we check this one first. If it is a minima, we just return it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to start checking neighbors. And here we do for I guess we could do we could as well do it like this. So for int I is equal to minus check distance, I is less than check distance plus 1 plus, and here we do if or I is equal to check So if it is equal to check distance, then we're either here or here. Else, okay. Minimas. So here we do 4 int j is equal to minus check distance, j is less than or check distance plus 1. And if is minima x plus I, x plus j, error margin. If this one is true, minimas dot add new terrain patch minima. Do I want to change this one to... Yeah, probably do. For a long time I have been pondering keeping a gradient map in the alpha channel of the terrain. And if I did, this would be so much easier. I think. Yeah, we're gonna do a few ugly things here, but that's okay. Or we're gonna do get terrain patch plus I, y plus j. Yeah, what the fuck? Terrain patch minima. We're gonna reverse back to this one. Terrain patch dot position OS. Yeah, that's all we do here. And here we do if is minima, and what we want to do, what we want to check here is we want to check x plus I and only max and min. So it's J What's up, Smack? What the hell? We don't want to check I, we want to check Y minus check distance, right? If this one can we do Can't you hear me right now? Does this voice come through? Hello? Okay, good. Thank you, Desai, Smack, and Fabic. Thank you. I was a little bit scared. Yeah, I was getting feedback when talking. I don't know what happened. So let's see here. We can actually do int new x is equal to x plus I. Thank you, GK, as well. Yeah, hopefully, Fabic. I don't want to make like same mistake I did a couple of days ago, where I was talking for like an hour without turning on the microphone. Ayland, I made my star shader better. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Okay, there's a lot of things going on in this one. Jeez, check this out. What the hell? How long is this one? Ah, it's okay. It's a fucking mess. We add. And then in the end here, I wanted to if minimas dot count is bigger than 0, return minimas dot order by descending, order by dot height first. But once, yeah, or now we want to do it here, right? Oof, we're gonna have to double check this one, and we're gonna assume that this one is correct. That was a weird stream indeed, Favik. Oh, Ayland, I like the sound of that, taking temperature into account. Robert Pattinson, this is a moral support comment for Mr. Rockadoodle. I appreciate it. Thank you. One sec, I just need to check one thing here. Okay, so I know there exist a couple of ways to get color from temperature. Haven't heard about black body effect though, but that's interesting. Okay, so I just want to go through this one and see if it possibly does what I hope it does. Yeah, we're working with structs here. Fuck, I'm starting to think that I might just take the jump and implement a gradient texture on this stream as well. It's going to be extremely helpful when we draw the water, or when we develop the water shader later on. But let's see here. Am I gonna have to do... I might check that image out after the stream, Ayland. Yeah, I guess for now we could just do new terrain patch minima null 0 0. Okay, let's see. Check distance. First we check this one and return it if it's a minima. Otherwise we set this one to 1. As long as it's less than this one, we go through I minus check distance, I check distance plus 1. So that's equal to, we do while, so if we're in the next one we jump from here to here in the x direction. If yeah, if we're not, if we're either here, here, or here, we do, and we make j go from check distance to check distance plus 1. So from here to here. And then we loop through that and check if minima for all of these. If so, we add them. If this is not true, then we just check y minus check distance. This is y, so y. Actually, it's here. Yeah. So then we just want to check this one and this one, yes. Should be about right. And then we do all of this until either this one becomes bigger than this one or greater than this one, or if we find a minima halfway through this, then we order them by height and we take the first one, so the one with the smallest height. Yeah, I guess let's just try it. So fluid solver, we're gonna try it here, and we're gonna add nice, Ayland, we'll check it out after the stream. Then we check, actually I want a fluid solver mode, we're gonna add test. And then we do case, fluid solver mode, test. For now we're gonna do terrain patch minima is equal to minima is equal to terrain patch dot get minima x y error margin max distance 10, and then if minima dot terrain patch is not equal to null, then we do spawn fluid visualization object, minima terrain patch x, minima.x, minima.y, and something color, minima color. And finally we break. So if fluid solver mode is test, then we get the minima, and then we spawn a fluid visualization object at that position. Let's hope Unity doesn't crash. We have a while loop. We should exit that one if we add to check distance, and while check distance is less than. It should be okay, but who knows. And then we do environment and we do test. And also minima, we're gonna put it at red. Nah, we're gonna put it at yellow. Yeah, that's good, Aylan, because one of the other shader graph images you sent was extremely hard to see. Let's see, so if we put it here. Okay, so I might go offline now, we will see. Nothing. Oh yeah. Although I'm wondering, that should not happen. Okay, this is weird. I want to check, like if we run to this one, yeah, that's weird. We should be adding one here. That's not entirely true. But if we do it here, that should be a minima. So we even fail here. That sucks. So I'm guessing this one. So 0.01. So we're even failing here. That sucks. Might as well. Why does it fail though? I just want to double check a thing. Oh, one sec. Ah, it's water. Yeah, we do a lot of comparing heights. One sec. It feels like it should walk. It should definitely walk here. Yes, we just walk one step. Is that it? Yes, we have a few issues with it. So here, if we walk 10 steps, we should end up somewhere around here, maybe even here, but that's just wrong. Yes. How do I want to do this? We're actually... Yeah, we don't walk nearly enough. Thank you, Lingon Smock. Appreciate it. Something is off with the local minima. This one is... What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if we find local minima... Yeah, we wanna walk... Or do we? I think it works as it's supposed to, actually. Yeah, we want to find the first minima closest to the position. But if we put it... Okay. Okay, it does not work as it's supposed to. error margin might be too big. Let's check. Too big, I don't know. 0.01. Yeah, we want to make these bigger, by the way. It might actually work. What do we have? Oh, we get fluid amount. Let's do spawn fluid visualization object float min amount. Max between mathf max between min amount and this one, and then we do minima spawn, and we're gonna set this one to one. That's way too big. 0.1. Finding the minima is, yeah, the implementation is not pretty. If we had a gradient to go with, it would be much better. I think that's actually, so if we started here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we would get to here. Actually, not that we would get to here, and that's not a local minima. The only thing that worries me, if I added here, could we actually have, yeah, that's true. This one is a little bit rough. I wonder if the approach chosen to select a local minima might be a kind of fucked way to do it. I wonder if what we want to do. I'm wondering if I want to implement it in a different way. In a different way that would also gain a lot from a gradient texture. But what if this? We start at 1 pixel and then we chose the neighboring pixel with the smallest height. Like if we follow the gradient until we get a minima. Did we actually get that one there? Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. So we path search in the direction of the biggest negative gradient until we get to a minima. So in this case we would get this one instead, I suppose. I think that's a better approach. So instead of searching if we search like this, we might, so let's say that this one is higher than this one. We might actually go here and find a minima here, even though there's just a slope down here. with the minima here that we should take. Yeah, so that's what we want to do. It's just a question of how we want to handle that. Should be pretty easy. We can just have a yeah. This one. Yeah. Was good morning, by the way, JubeDev. Or good evening. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, yeah, basically we want to do what we're doing, but we also want to go based on gradient, and I'm pretty damn sure. (1 p.m.) Yeah, so 1 hour before me. It should be pretty easy, I think. But yeah, we're gonna do it like this. So for each point, we add all the neighbors. And we sort them based on height. And then we chose the one with the lowest height. And then we do the same thing for that one. And on it goes. But we also want to check so we haven't passed 1 point previously. Are you actually from Ukraine, JubeDev? Yeah, I'm sorry for what's happening with your, or to your country. And honestly, I think I'm one of those that think we should do more. But yeah, it's a fucking travesty. Yeah, 24th of February 2022. It fucking sucks. Yeah, and I think like I think I think it's the correct decision to support. I just wonder, like, I think it took a little bit too long for some of the support, but yeah. Yeah, like I read about it every day, quite actively, actually. And like every day I just hope for a peace resolution. And best case scenario where Ukraine doesn't lose any land. It's just so sad all around. A travesty. Yeah, I wish you the best. And hopefully it ends soon. Oh yeah, that's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. Land grabbing by force in 2024. What the fuck? It's insane to me. Yeah, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. And hopefully it will end in a good way. Okay, before I dive into this other approach of getting the local minima, I just need to run AFK real quick. I need to grab a small bite to eat. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Back, sorry about that. And Fabic, sorry I missed your last message. And yeah, I can imagine that being extremely weird. It's depressing all around. Okay, let's see. So I think the initial way of getting minimas were a bit too simplified compared to what we actually want. So let's see. It should be pretty straightforward, I think. We're gonna have to do this with a dictionary. Maybe we are. Pretty much this. UBdev would be great if you had a Twitch and YouTube chat on screen. Yes, I'm in the process of doing that. It's just I have some credentials I don't want to leave out to a third party, so I'm doing my own simplified version of it. Hopefully it will be in place in a couple of weeks. So we have both Twitch chat and YouTube chat on the screen, and it's probably going to be each message pops up for about a minute before it slowly disappears. Yeah, I know, that's like it's pretty much a must-have when you do simulcasting, definitely. So what we want to do is we want to get this point. If it's a local minima, we return, otherwise we traverse, and we want to traverse it in it's about, so when we move from this point, we want to get the point with the lowest height here, and then we traverse to that one, and the points we have already visited, we just add them to a list. So then when we get this one and we get the neighbors, then we don't want to add this one to the neighbor. Instead we just want to add these, and we want to get the one with the lowest. And then when we add when we check these neighbors, we don't want to add these two. So we just want to check these, and then we traverse like this. But what can happen is basically we want to add all the neighbors to a list. We want to have two lists: visited, not visited. Not visited, damn, this is bad coloring choice. Visited, not visited. Not visited, we want to check if or we always want to sort this one based on height, and we want to pick the first one every time from this one until we reach a minima. That's basically how we want to do it. Get minima is minima is minima. Do we want to keep using this one? Yeah, we do. That isn't quite possibly as you currently drawn, because first and second arrow points are already checked by blue dot. It's pretty much gonna be this, like instead of checking all of these, we're adding them to the neighbors. Oh, bad naming here. We're just adding them to a neighbors list. And then we start pulling from that neighboring list. Yeah, so we just want to find... I think it might work. So when we get to this point, we check if it's a minima. If it's not a minima, we add all of these to a list, and then we take the one with the lowest height from that list and we move to that one. And when we get to this one, we all add all of its neighbors. So these ones, all of its neighbors that aren't already in the list, we add those to the list, and then we sort the list again. And then we move to the lowest one. So in this case, it might actually be this one. And then we add all of its neighbors that aren't already added, and we take the lowest one. We might get to this one, and then we add all of its neighbors. And we do this until we find a minima, or this list is empty. So I think it's a pretty straightforward pathfinding algorithm. But let's see here, max check distance, we don't care. Maybe we do. Yes, I do, Wayland. I want to keep this implementation, or do I? In fact, we might as well. Okay, so if it's a minima, we return that one. Otherwise, we do is it tuple or tuple? Or tuple? I have no idea. I've always said tuple, I think. With the J-U. Or tuples. Tuples. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be a little bit of a mess, but public struct let's see here. Yeah, we want to override compare. Talking about tuples, we might as well use those. Or is it pair in? Ah, beautiful. Tipple. I have no idea what's correct. No, I haven't heard the new joke. So do we want to do... Oh, come on. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem as well with having chat on screen. Let's see here, list. Is it? Visited nodes. Yeah, let's call it nodes. Ah, we just want to do it like this. Right. Okay, like this, and then we want to do do I want to introduce, let's see, I think we can just do this. List int get neighbor coordinates. Do I want to do it like this? Yeah. Actually, we want to go something like that. And I think we want to do this. while this one and right. So while we have something here and check distance is not less than max check distance, then we do Yo, what's up, Abby the Lesbiab? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it, and hope you had a wonderful stream. And yeah, welcome to all the new raiders. On this stream we're generally developing a cozy creature collecting game, but more specifically we're trying to implement a fluid solver. But yeah, Eland, that is often the case for when I use them as well. So like in this case. We could have used vector 2 int here as well. Might even have been better, but yeah. Alright, Abby. Thank you once again for the raid, appreciate it. And thank you for the follow as well. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here is we want to get neighbors. We're going to keep it as a tuple. Although, that's not exactly what we want to do. What we want to do is possible minima is equal to, I guess we want to do pop, but oh yeah, I think I've done named tuples previously, that's true. But I'm wondering, let's keep it like this. Okay, let's do this then. Possible minimas first, and then we do possible minimas dot remove at 0, and then we also want to do visited nodes but yeah. And then we get neighbors, but we do, oh yeah, we're gonna have to do so speaking of named tuples, double sum, yeah, so we want to do int So what we want to do here is possible minima, get neighbor coordinates x, y, and then first of all we want to check if this one is a minima, but we want to check yeah, 100% we could change this to vector2. Would vector2 int would you know what? Let's do it. Let's see. I don't want to do that. Get neighbor coordinates. Anyway, is minima vector2 int possible minima, and so everything we need to do here sometimes that's the case, Roy Patterson. Sometimes. So we already have this. We already have this. Yeah, we need to take this into account as well, so we're gonna do return false. We want to get the height of possible minima dot x, possible minima dot y. In neighbor coordinates, we want to do this. do? Have I tried Rust? No, I haven't. Heard a lot of good things about it though. Yeah, we want to calculate compare height. Float error margin. Although I wonder, could we just return this one here? No. XY. Okay, so we just do the same thing here as we did down here, but we're working with vector 2 ints and we already have the neighbor coordinates here. Everything else should be the same. Is minima. So what we do then is we get the neighbors and then we check if is minima possible minima neighbors and error margin. Return return new terrain patch minima. If it's not a minima, what we want to do then is for each neighboring neighbors, if visited nodes contains neighbor if it doesn't contain it, no. Possible minimas. So if possible minimas does not contain the neighbor, dot add neighbor. And then when we have done all of that, that's when we want to do possible minimas dot order by yeah, when we clean this up, we're probably not going to work with vector 2. We're actually going to do a custom class, I think. Because we want to order these by I think we can do this. Get terrain patch unsafe v.x v.y dot height or dot position dot position object space get index wrapped x v.x get index wrapped y v.y dot y. It's a fucking mess, but yeah, we probably want to work with a custom struct here to make it a little bit easier. But basically what we do is we order them by height. So the smallest height is always first, and the next time when we go around we take the smallest one always. And that should be about it. But if we get to this point, we want to return a this. I wonder if that's it. What's index wrapped? So what we're working with here are actually this is just an empty terrain patch minima. We need to return one. It's dirty, but it might work. So get index wrapped is a function for, like, we're working with multiple terrain patches here. So when we go outside of a terrain patch, we want to wrap the index around. So if we have an index of 257 or 256 and the max size of a terrain patch is 256, then we get index 0. So a minima here is a point in the terrain that doesn't have a neighbor that is smaller than it, pretty much. What are you oofing about? But this should possibly work. Yeah, I don't know about that. We're gonna see how much magic is involved when we test this. Ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. It's a mess right now, but it... Possible minima neighbor coordinates. We get the height, or actually we check if the... Yeah, we don't want to do X here, we want to do possible minima. Y, so we get the current terrain patch. If it's null, we return, because then we don't actually have something at this coordinate. Otherwise, we get the height, is a minima false, we get neighbor terrain patch based on this one. If we don't have one, we continue the for each. Otherwise we get the compare height. Then we log, and then we check if height is bigger, then we return false. If this height is bigger than the neighbor, then we return false, because then it's not a minima. If height is less, then we set is minima to true. So this one will only be true if a coordinate has a height that is less than or equal to all of its neighbors, and it has at least one neighbor that has a smaller or bigger height than this one. And when it comes to this one, visitor nodes, possible minimas, and we want to check all possible minimas. So when the count here is bigger than 0 and check distance is less than max check distance, then we take the first one out of this one and we remove it, and then we add it to the visited nodes. We get its neighbors, and then we check, is this a possible minimum? Is this a minima based on these? If it is, we return it. If not, we continue and we get down to here. So for each neighbor, we add it to possible minimas if possible minimas doesn't already contain it. And then we order possible minimas by height. And then we add check distance or increment check distance. Fuck it, I think this might work. Fluid solver. Yeah, let's try it. Let's see if we have any compile errors first. Okay. Yeah, I think our step size is gonna have to be way bigger. We should find one here. Step size 10, let's crank it up a bit. Bam. It's extremely weird that we don't find one here. I hate it. Yeah, I think we're exiting too early. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So in this case, we find a minima here and we exit, because this one is a minima by our definition, but we want to continue walking. We want to find all possible minimas. Yeah, we pretty much want to find think about adding obnoxious text to speech to your redeems. Yeah, I need to get going on those redeems actually. I need to add something. Yeah, and I won't hold it against you, Robert Pattinson. Like, the idea is, though, you need a moderator for that, right? Like, if you want a fully free text to speech. Yeah. Okay, two things wrong with this one. Why don't we find one here? We find it if we're close enough. The fuck? Why don't we find one here? Yeah, but as soon as you... Like, a simple filter works well enough sometimes. But people are extremely creative when it comes to getting text-to-speech to say curse words, but they don't actually... The text itself isn't a curse word. We're getting something. Okay, but that one is weird though. Yeah, sometimes people get a pass. Yeah, like in Twitch chat, I know that there's a default filter actually. I've gotten some messages that were automatically filtered, sometimes by mistake. I can't make heads or tails. This. Okay, we might actually... Let's do... What is Newtonsoft.json? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. If you redeem points, you usually write a message with the redeemed points, right? Yeah, that's how it works. What the fuck? Oh, whoa. Yeah, we're not walking the correct way. We're not walking the correct way. Get minima. Get neighbor coordinates. Possible minima. Error margin might be... It might be too big. Okay, I just want to try one more thing before we... Yeah, but what kind of package? Debugging package, I guess? Water. Now in this case we don't get any... Yeah, I don't think we're working in or walking in the correct direction, are we? Terrain patch. Oh, yeah. So we never updated this one, is that it? 100 steps, is that enough? Or is that too much? Maybe it is. Later on when we walk here, when we want to find local minimas, I think we want to do it by fluid. There we go. 100 steps. A little bit worried about this one. We might as well. Oh, beautiful. Okay, now it works. It's only that. Oh, look at this. So if we add water to this point, we will get a local minima here. I think that's beautiful. Although, like we currently we select the closest local minima. We want to select the minima that is furthest away. Ah, do we? Yeah, I think we're gonna implement another function as well. Newtonsoft.json package is used for advanced JSON serialization, the serialization. Okay. I wonder how. Yeah, we're gonna add some different methods to this. So this method currently gives us the closest minima. It would be nice with a method that has, or that results in the the biggest minima. But actually, or all minimas. If we get all minimas, yeah, this is pretty much. We could get all minimas, calculate how much fluid is in all minimas, and then we just fill it up like that. Could that work? This is pretty cool, actually. So if we add water here, we're going to calculate the minima, and then we Are we currently getting the cheapest way to that minima? That is the question. I think we are. Definitely looks like it. Yeah, that's pretty convenient, Aland. What kind of serialization is it? Like, getting the minimas like this is going to be extremely helpful for calculating the fluid state. Although I wonder... like, we could possibly do... As long as we get the first minima... Or we get the closest minima, right? No, we don't get the closest minima. We get the closest minima following the gradient. That's what we do. Robert Pattinson, or you also want water physics. Basically, it's not going to be real time water physics, or we're going to, like, when you terraform this piece of land, you will be able to add water to it, and the fluid solver will calculate a stable state for that fluid, which involves lakes and rivers, and then we will spawn a mesh representing water and rivers, and that's what we're currently working with. So basically when we add let's see, when we add water here, we want it to disperse in a correct way that also leads to like never-ending flow of water flowing down here. So we can see here when the terrain goes down, the water level is also going to reduce. So yes, the player will be able to create a waterfall. This is an extremely naive approach to water. So basically we have slowed down the algorithm for calculating this, but this is the end state that we get. So when we add water here, this is the end state we get. So we pretty much get a big pool of water here that is slowly flowing down here to a very small pool of water. And we also have... It's extremely naive right now, and we're just trying to improve it. Oops, and now I fucked up. But yeah. The idea is that these minimas we have calculated are going to help us tune the water in such a way that we get even nicer lakes and rivers. Yeah. The algorithm itself looks like Minecraft water. Indeed it does. Yeah, but the idea is that we're gonna get something like this. Let's see here. So right about here, the algorithm exits, and now we have a set of points. And from these points, we're gonna create a mesh that is going to be the water. And then we're gonna use some extremely nice water shaders based on terrain gradients, so we can add some flow effects and stuff like that. And the idea is that the algorithm that we can see in real time here, that one is going to run on a separate thread, and when it's done with all of its job, including generating the mesh, then we get it back, we add some nice animations, and we add water to the terrain, basically. And one of the biggest problems, I would say, which have forced us to do our custom solution instead of relying on all the amazing algorithms that exists out there, is that we want to support a stable state like this. So pool of water, river between. And that would not be possible in a real world, right? Without additional influxes and outfluxes. The surface of this one would lower and lower until we don't get over this edge anymore, and everything we have in the river would get down to here, and the river would be dry. Yeah, so to summarize, everything will be done and will be very nice. Yes. But like creating a mesh from this and using gradient textures and stuff, I think we can do some beautiful water with some flow effects here. Yeah, that's pretty nice, but I don't think it's a record. Yes, Unity does have its own JSON serialization, yeah, but it sucks. In what way does it suck? Is it extremely slow? So currently, I don't think... Yeah, this naive algorithm we're using here, it sucks in cases like this. When we do it without having a minima in place. And that's hopefully what we will fix with the minima calculations. Because here you get an never-ending flow here. Basically, when we add water at a height like this, we want to base it from the closest minima. So yeah, we can do this. Let's see. Although the minima calculations work, I don't know if it's sufficient. Oops. It should be. It should be. It will always calculate the closest minima following the maximum descent, basically. Yeah, I think that will work. I think we can improve our current solution with this one pretty nicely. Yeah, Robert Pattinson, I just assume that like most people watching software development on Twitch are basically doing it in a lurking state. So what we can do now, I want to clean this up first of all. It's sort of a mess. Hopefully a majority of them are not bots. Yo, what's up, Fabic? And yes, I appreciate it. I love me some distractions. Okay, but this local minima is going to be amazing to use. It's going to be improve the current naive approach a lot. But I want to clean it up. Consider adding a redeem that changes the background color of your code editor. That is like for like a minute. Ah, that would be pain. If I had one of those, I would probably just go AFK every time it changes. Let's see, get minima. Okay, so what I want to do first of all, pain indeed. Fluid solver mode, we're gonna add 10. And we're gonna set, yeah, and Fabic switch the font to Comic Sans. That would be another very painful switch indeed. Although I prefer that one instead of the background color of the code editor. Naive recursive CPU with minima or with first minima. Naive recursive CPU with first minima. Yeah. Basically what we're gonna do is case fluid solver mode with first minima. We don't want to do this just yet. Okay, let's do... Although... Yeah, we can do some nice downflow here, I think. But this one is basically going to be terrain patch minima is minima, and then we get that. So minima is equal to get minima. We're gonna do error margins. Error margin, we already have error margin here. Do I want to do the same error margin? Let's see. Yeah, one thing I want to fix with the minima calculations as well is when we talk about steps, I want to get distance from start point, so minima max step distance maybe. So we want to change this one a tiny bit. Minima max step distance. So max check distance. Right now we just do check distance plus plus. We want to do we basically want to check the index of this one, and if it's further away from this than this, we want to skip it. We can do it by distance, although I wonder. Float, yeah, that should be good enough, I think. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's just a question of how you handle diagonal. Yeah, and here we want to do possible minimas if it doesn't contain this one, and vector to int dot distance between neighbor and fuck. So now we have a start node that doesn't change. Check. Yeah, we don't care about that one anymore. But so if it doesn't contain neighbor and vector2 int distance between neighbor, start node and neighbor is less than max check distance. This is a float, this is an int. It should be okay, right? Are we gonna get a forever loop here? I don't think so. Let's try it. Actually, what did I set? 10. Yeah, that's the first minima, that's true. Is that the first? A little bit worried about that one. I think that's a minima. Ooh. Error margin is 0. What's up, Lion Beast? And if we add here at then we are fucked. That sucks. That is true. Although I wonder. I wonder why. Or is it just that it takes minimum max step distance 10? Oh. Why did we get a forever loop there? That doesn't make sense, does it? Oh, yeah. We want to add visited nodes as well, right? Or we want to check visited nodes. If possible minima does not contain neighbor and visited nodes does not contain neighbor. Right. Right. Might have a possible crash again, but let's try it. So we want to check if not already possible minima and not visited and within distance. Then we add it to possible minima. Yeah, let's try it. And let's try this one. Let's see if it crashes again. Okay, it runs for all iterations, but it doesn't. Okay, nice. It stops. So adding water here won't work because we don't have any minima in range. That's nice. And that just, what is it, 10 times 10? A little bit shocked about how long it takes, but yeah. Beautiful. So if we add water here, we're gonna get a pool here. Okay, that's good. So now let's try this one by working with fluid solver mode, naive recursive CPU with first minima. We get the minima. Okay, so we get a minima, and we want to add the fluid amount to that minima instead of just this. So we want to calculate a new one. We want to calculate this one, and we want to do it as minima dot terrain patch dot terrain data dot raw height minima dot x minima dot y plus fluid amount and then we just want to do this one. Okay, I think that's nice. Let's try it. So this won't fix all problems, but I think, let's see here. So naive recursive CPU, if we add one water here, you will get a flow downwards like this. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so the apparent problem here is the edge here. This is not a stable state we want. But if we use instead naive recursive with first minima, and we add here, then we get water from the minima going up. Although yeah, that's actually probably how I want it to work. Yeah, and this is the second problem. That sucks. I guess it's not too bad. But what we get here is we get a pool of water here, which has a flow going from a pool of water that is higher up, and it goes along the edge down here. It's just a weird flow, pretty much. But like it's this getting the first local minima, it fixes a lot of things. It fixes the initial bug like this, but it doesn't fix this. The second algorithm we have in mind might fix this though, but before I jump into that algorithm, I want to clean up the minima calculations. Thank you, Dasai. Yeah, I think it looks nice as well. I think it looks nice as well. But still, a few things I want to improve upon. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna clean up the minima calculations, how it's implemented, and also if we try to add water here, if we try to add water of amount X, we want to check, is it possible to add water of amount X here? Do we have a minima in the vicinity of this point that supports that much water without overflowing, basically? But I'm wondering about the last thing there, but let's see. With first minima 0.3. Yeah, so the edge flow we get here, that's what I want to fix with the new algorithm. Yeah, we get that edge flow here as well, but it's not as bad here. Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, so let's start by cleaning up the minima implementation. So the first decision I have to make, do I really want this one to be located in terrain patch, or can we work, I think we want to work with static, a static method in terrain patch minima. I think so. One sec. Okay, back. Yeah, I think we want to include all of this logic in terrain patch minima. And then we also want to make it possible to walk over multiple terrain patches. Although I'm not going to test that today, but like I 100% know that we can traverse one terrain patch with this one, but not multiple. Is minima I wonder if I'm wondering if we're going to let's see. I think we want to store additional information in than just minima. So I'm wondering of introducing possibly a class that is terrain point or something like that. And a terrain point holds a terrain point holds a terrain patch reference, coordinate reference, that's pretty much all it needs to store, I think, for now. tangent. I also have a decision to make related to gradients, because if we yeah, we're probably gonna need gradients in the terrain texture. But what sucks is that we're probably gonna need two. We could pack gradient into one float, I think. I don't want to do the same work twice here, more than I already have. So if we take a look at the minima problem is extremely tied together with gradients. We always walk in the direction of gradients, or the biggest gradient, negative gradient. And later on, when it comes to rendering the water, we want to be able to add, like, we want to be able to render the water differently if there's a big gradient or big change in height. I think I want to do something like this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's rename terrain minima to terrain patch minima. Now let's rename it to terrain point. Let's keep that one for now. Yeah, and I think I want to do something like... terrain point. If neighbors is equal to 0, do something, return neighbors. We're gonna instantiate a lot of unused types of this object. That sucks. Do I really want to do that? I don't think so. But it would make it so much easier. But most importantly, it would allow for traversing multiple patches. But still. Just gonna do this for now. Wondering. Let's just write it out and see what we get. Or see if we can reduce it. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this. We're gonna do just like this, and then we do instantiate terrain point. Oh yeah, that's not exactly how we want to do it. Terrain patch, get What's up, Dang? Yes, indeed. Or Danji. Return new terrain point. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it like this. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I miss one? No, I did not. I'm working on finishing the game, but there's still a long road ahead. Okay, getting all the neighbors. Something like that. And then I also want to introduce, okay, so we have this one. I want to introduce is minima. All of this, yeah, I think public float. Height in world space. Then we want to do this. Okay, so I think we can do so yeah, bool is minima. And then we want to loop through. Let's see here. But here we want terrain point instead. And here we do neighbors. We don't need to do terrain patch anymore. Rather, we're gonna do yeah, we probably want to do Danji, you remember well, although I would say more like Viva Pinata. That is probably the closest we're gonna get. Dot where p is not equal to null. To array, then I guess we can skip we're instantiating an array, and then we're filtering it, then we back to an array. I wonder if we can do new numerable. Can we do it like this? I enumerable. Can we do it like this? But actually, array should be whatever. So now we know that the neighbor points are safe to use. So we don't need to do this, we don't need to do that check. But let's do bool is minima float height is equal to height in world space. Then we do compare height. It's just going to be equal to neighbor points dot height in world space. Let's leave that one for now. Yeah, in the end I think this is going to be way prettier, although let's see, terrain patch. So this one is fixed. This one is fixed. Yeah, what's up, Smack? Yeah, we're aiming for 6 hours. Then I have to run. But I can tell you, the energy is almost depleted. And then we can do this in a little bit of a nicer way, I think. Terrain point. We can do public static terrain point. Calculate get minima, get terrain point minima at we're just gonna call it this, and it's going to be terrain patch. Yeah, unfortunately, I am Smack. Although I've been dying to try it. Like, I was planning to do at least a 12-hour stream with at the last Ludum Dairy. But I got a scheduling conflict, so I didn't do it. Get terrain point minima. And then we use terrain patch. No, it was a couple of months ago. So I don't get a second chance until this autumn, I think. But I'm thinking about joining GMTK. I've been dying for doing a game jam for quite some time now. Oh, nice. How did it go? So we want to do terrain point, start point. Yeah, we want to do the same while possible minima. It went no good. I'm sorry to hear. But did you at least, like, did you finish it? One sec, just gonna pour a cup of tea. I need it. I'm in dire need. Does Unity compiler inline variables when it can, or just allocate them anyway? I have no idea actually. I finished it, I made what I wanted. That still sounds like it went well. Like, finishing a game jam is, at least for me, a great victory. I don't know, I think I've joined 10 game jams in total, but I've only finished 4. Pretty bad statistics. And let's see. How do I want to do this? I basically want to do something like this. Let's see. Possible minima. Add possible minima. We don't need to do neighbors. Yeah, here we just need to do if possible minima is minima, return possible minima. Otherwise, we loop through terrain point neighbor in this one is gonna suck. We need to override compare, I think. You can make player go from one point to another, then show end screen, yeah. It's not a question of... yeah, I guess everybody can finish a project for a game jam, but not the project they want. This distance we need to handle as well, so we need to fix this. Yeah, what I'm thinking here. Ah, fuck. Can I do this in a way that doesn't construct multiple? No, I don't know exactly what that means, Robert Pattinson. And if you're able to avoid it, like instantiating game objects comes with a lot of overhead, and usually if you want to be able to spawn multiple objects quickly, you usually work with pools. So you instantiate a pool once and then you just loop through it. I like this, doing it like this instead a lot, apart from the fact that we're gonna get a lot of instantiations here. You use pools in this game as well. Not currently. I haven't gotten to like a point where I need it just yet. Probably gonna do it a lot later on when we start working with like a good example that comes to mind is, for instance, we want to have particle effects when we walk on the ground, but instead of instantiating a new particle effect game object every time somebody collides with the ground, we have a pool of, let's say, 10 or 15 such particle effect objects, and then we just instantiate it at game start and loop through it whenever we need them. Instantiating is not that simple. I know that it's costly, that's all I know, so you want to avoid it in like, yeah, you definitely want to avoid it in update, for instance. Could I possibly clean this up in such a way that we don't get multiple damn terrain points? let's just do it like this for now. Possible minimas. Yeah, this one is going to be, let's see here, order by m dot or m dot height in world space. And we don't need to do this, instead we can do this, yes. Fuck. Take. Oh, beautiful. Does it remove it? Oh, that's true. If we work with one of these, we need to change it. We can do first, but then we want to remove one. It would just be nice to not having to convert this to list. And if we do append, yeah, I'm starting to think that it might just be a better option to do this. And then we need to do this as well. So let's see. Overload, compare. Comparison, where do we have the comparison? Or actually, we need to do overload compare with dictionary use. Equals and get hash code. I've been in this, I've read about this. That's what we want to do, and we want to do equals. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. I think we can do, let's see. And then we want to implement isMinima. This one, and we're going to change it as get hash code. Can we do a little bit worried about this one. GGMP4, do you by any chance know if it's possible to have an action with a parameter of any type? Are we talking about, so like that C# event like stuff? I think I have, if I understand the question correctly, I think we have something like that here. What the hell? Attribute function. So yeah, it should be possible. I think this is... So the first one is what it returns, the second one is the argument, right? Get hash code. I'm a little bit worried about get hash code on object. It should be okay. And then I also want to override this one. What's problematic here is I think we're gonna do it like this. Let's move these two up to here and last is return typing func. Okay. This one is going to be a little bit more rough. So is minima we're gonna do if obj is terrain point return false. And then we'll return true if terrain patch is equal to compare terrain point dot terrain patch and could we just go with hash value here? Is this redundant? Couldn't we just do what the fuck, couldn't we just do or am I underthinking something? Oh yeah, we just want to do I guess we could do that. So now our only problem is this one. Okay, within distance. Yeah, this one is a hard. Yeah, this one is the most tricky, I would say. Or we could actually I think we could just do float max distance. I think we want to work with max distance instead. So then we just do vector 3 distance between start point dot start point dot position in world space and neighbor dot position in world space and max distance. So now we're working with world space distance instead. I think that's okay. And yeah, we're gonna do a ugly exit here, but if we get to this point and we don't have a minima, we're just gonna return null. And I think that's the one we want to rely on in the future. I don't know if I dare test this just yet. What we're gonna do... terrain patch. Max distance, but we don't have an error. Is that it? Error margin. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, I want to try this, but I don't dare without doing while int failsafe is equal to 0 and failsafe is less than 100. Okay, let's try it. It should be no change in how it worked. It's just a little bit of a possibly slower implementation, but a little bit cleaner. It looks good. Okay, I get it. Okay, do I dare try it without the failsafe? Yeah, let's do it. Oh, okay. It just took some time. Distance of 10 is pretty damn big, I think. But okay, this is good. Oh, beautiful. This one actually seems... It seems quick enough. But I would also like to... Yeah, we're gonna implement one where we get multiple minimas. And also... probably has a lot to gain by just making this into a struct. But yeah, I would love to avoid... Robert Patterson, what did you do? We just improved the implementation, so it's more extendable. That's pretty much it. And the ground is actually one mesh. but we can support. The idea is to split it into smaller meshes. We have a solution as well that is purely shader based. Purely shader based. What I mean by that is that we just have one small mesh which we render at multiple different places with different distortions, basically. Okay, I think this is much cleaner code-wise, a little bit less efficient, unfortunately. Yes, but I think it was still great progress today. So implemented a first minima algorithm, which greatly increased or improved the naive recursive CPU algorithm, and it also lays the foundation for this one, which I will continue implementing tomorrow, I think, because now I have to run. Yes. But it's been great. I might do that. But before I do that, I need to check it out, and I just want to say, as always, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Much appreciated, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.